By yon bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright, oh Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were ever one to gay, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. So you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. 'Twas there that we parted on yon shady glen, on the steep, steep side of Ben Lomond, where in the purple hue the Highland hills we view, and the moon coming out in the gloaming. So you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Well, the wee birdies sing and the wildflowers spring, and the sunshine, the waters are sleeping, but the broken-hearted kens nae the second spring, though the water may cease frae the greeting, the water may cease frae the greeting. Oh, you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. By yon bonny, bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were ever meant to gay, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. So you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. Where me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, the summer time is coming, and the leaves are sweetly turning, and the wild mountain thyme all around the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? I will build my lover bower by yon cool crystal fountain, and on it I will pile all the flowers of the mountain. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? I will range through the wild and the deep glens sae dreary, and return with my spoils to the bower of my dearie. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together through the wild mountain thymes, all across the purple heather. Will ye go, lassie, go? If my true love, she were gone, then I'd surely find another. When the wild mountain thyme grows around the blooming heather, will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? 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 Will you go, lassie, go?
A jolly beggar man came tripping o'er the plain. He came unto a farmer's door, his lodgings for to gain. The farmer's daughter, she came down to mew him cheap and chin. She said, he is a handsome man, I pray we take him in. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. He would not lie within the barn or yet within the briar, but he would in the corner lie down by the kitchen fire. And a good strong bed was made for him of good clean sheets and hay, and there beside the kitchen fire the jolly beggar lay. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. Farmer's daughter, she came down to bolt the kitchen door, and there she saw the naked beggar standing on the floor. He took the girl in both his arms and to the bed he ran. Kind sir, she said, be easy now, you're breaking our good man. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. Now you are no beggar, you are some gentleman, and you have stole my maidenhead, and I am quite undone. I am the lord, I am the squire of beggars, I be one. And beggars, they are robbers all, and you are quite undone. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. God's grace first taught my heart to fear. His grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear
I must away, love, I can no longer tarry. This morning's tempest I can't cross. I must be guided without a stumble into the arms I love the most. And when he came to his true love's dwelling, he knelt down gently upon a stone, and through the window he's whispered lowly, is this my true love within at home? She's raised her head from her down soft pillow, she's raised her blanket from off her breast, and through the window she's whispered lowly, who's that disturbing me at my night's rest? Get up, love, it is thine own true love. Get up, love, and let me in, for I am tired, love, and oh so weary, and more than near drenched to the skin. So she got up with the greatest pleasure, and she got up and let him in, and they were locked in each other's arms until the long night was past and gone. And when the long night 'twas past and over, and when the small clouds begin to grow, he's taken her hand, and they kissed and parted. Then he saddled and mounted, and away did it go. I must away, love, I can no longer tarry. This morning's tempest I have to cross. I must be guided without a stumble into the arms I love the most. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet? Or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Cope sent a challenge frae Dunbar, saying, Charlie, meet me and you dare. And all knew the art of war if you gang with me in the morning. When Charlie looked the letter upon, he drew his sword, the scabbard from. Come follow me, my merry men, and we'll meet Johnny Cope in the morning. Hop now, Johnny, be as good as your word. Come, let us try both fire and sword, and do niffly like a frightened bird that's chased free its nest in the morning. When Johnny Cope, he heard of this, he thought it wouldn't be amiss to have a horse in readiness to flee away in the morning. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Pray now, Johnny, get up and run, for the Highland bagpipes make a din. It's better to sleep in the hailskin, for it will be a bloody morning. When Johnny Cope to Dunbar came, they sneered at him, where's all your men? The devil conform me to my ken, I left them away in the morning. Up now, John, you were not late to come with the news of your own defeat, and leave your men in such a strait so early in the morning. In faith, quoth Johnny, you got such flakes from their claymores and the fill of eggs. If I face them again, they'll break my legs, so I bid you all good morning. Hey, Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Hey, Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to cross our swords in the morning. It was in and through the windows broad, and there the turly-whirlies art. The sweetest kiss I ever got was from my dainty Davy. Oh, leaves me on your curly brow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. And leaves me on your curly brow, I am my own dear dainty Davy. 'Twas down among me daddy's peas, underneath all those cherry trees. Oh, there he kissed me as he pleased, for he was my own dear Davy. So leaves me on your curly brow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. And leaves me on your curly brow, you're my own dear dainty Davy. When he was chased by a dragoon, into my bed he was laid down. I thought him worthy of his room, for he's my own dear dainty Davy. So laze me on your curly pow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. And laze me on your curly pow, for you're me own dear dainty Davy. So laze me on your curly pow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. And laze me on your curly pow, you're me own dear dainty Davy.
Loud the winds howl, loud the waves roar, thunderclaps rend the air. Baffled our foes stand by the shore, follow they will not dare.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wind, onward the sailors cry. Carry the light that's born to begin, over the sea to sky.
Though the waves leap, soft shall you sleep, ocean's royal bed. Rocked in the deep, Flora will keep watch by your weary head.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wind, onward the sailors cry. Carry the light that's born to begin, over the sea to sky.
Many's the lad fought on that day, well the claymore could wield. When the night came, silently lay, dead at Culloden's feet.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the land that's born to be king, over the sea to sky.
Burned are our homes, exile and death, scattered our loyal men. Yet o'er the sword, cool in the sheen, Charlie will come again.
Sweet bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the land that's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Over the sea to sky.
All right, Rob. You say yourself very well, eh? Oh, rattling, roaring Willie, oh, he held to the fair for to sell his fiddle and buy some other where a potting with his fiddle, a tear was in his eye. Rattling, roaring Willie, oh, welcome him to me. Oh, Willie, come sell your fiddle, oh, sell your fiddle so fine. Oh, Willie, come sell your fiddle and buy a pint of wine. If I were to sell me fiddle, the world would think I was mad. Marry your aunt today, oh, me and me fiddle I had. As I can buy crackle and I can lick into bin, or rattle and roar, and Willie was sitting at John Borden, sitting at John Borden among good company. Rattle and roar, and Willie, you welcome him to me. Oh, will you come sell your fiddle, oh, sell your fiddle so fine. Oh, will you come sell your fiddle and buy a pint of wine. If I were to sell me fiddle, the world would think I was mad. Many your aunt today, a me and me fiddle I had. Oh, you Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. Oh, you Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. What makes it right and wrong? By the law, by the law. What makes it right and wrong? By the law. What is right and what is wrong? A short sword or a long? A weak hand or a strong? For to draw, for to draw. A weak hand or a strong? For to draw. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. Oh, you Jacobites by name, your thoughts I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. What makes heroic strife? Famed afar, famed afar. What makes heroic strife? Famed afar. What makes heroic strife? Toe up the assassin's knife, or hunt your parents' life with bloody war, bloody war. Or hunt your parents' life with bloody war. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. Then leave your schemes alone in the state, in the state. Then leave your schemes alone in the state. Then leave your schemes alone, adore the rising sun, and leave a man undone to his fate, to his fate, and leave a man undone to his fate. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and the days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. And surely you'll be your point stop, and surely I'll be mine, and we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. We twa run about the braes and put the goings fine, but we wandered many weary foot for the sin of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. In the burn from morning till dine, but seas between us bray on sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. And there's a hand, my trusty Frey, and gives a hand o' thine. We'll take a right good willy wad for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought in mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot for the sake of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet? Or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Cope sent a challenge frae Dunbar, saying, Charlie, meet me and you dare. Then all knew the art of war if you gang with me in the morning. When Charlie looked the letter upon, he drew his sword, the scabbard from. Come follow me, my merry men, and we'll meet Johnny Cope in the morning. Up now, Johnny, be as good as your word. Come, let us try both fire and sword, and do niffly like a frightened bird that chased free its nest in the morning. When Johnny Cope, he heard of this, he thought it wouldn't be amiss to have a horse in readiness to flee away in the morning. Hey, Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walk...
Down through the ages, many have expressed opinions about Scotland, some, it has to be said, more complimentary than others. But whether native Scot, holiday visitor, historian or travel writer, one thing's absolutely for certain. Once experienced, Scotland can never be forgotten. At the height of the summer, the rain can be driving and the wind bracing. But even through the mists, the beauty and dramatic character of Scotland will shine to create a lasting impression, and seemingly every step you take will lead you to tales of magic and mystery, steeped in Celtic tradition and oozing with challenges for the curious. The myths and legends of Scotland date right back to the arrival of the Celts, about 8,000 years ago, who in more recent times have become synonymous with the classic storytelling tradition. But it wasn't until the Romans arrived in Britain in the 1st century AD that documentary evidence starts to appear. As the Emperor Hadrian built his now famous wall to keep the wild people of the north out of England, news travelled fast of the fierce warriors of Scotland. Naturally, as few southerners back then had the wherewithal to go and see for themselves, the stories grew more dramatic with every telling. Larger-than-life young braves, giants, monsters and supernatural creatures all had their parts to play. And when the marauding Vikings arrived, complete with their own, often incredibly bloodthirsty legends, the resulting mix got very interesting indeed. So where do we begin a magical mystery tour in search of the myths and legends of Scotland? Well, for most people, it has to be Loch Ness, truly one of Scotland's most beautiful locations. However, for the majority of visitors who head for the water's edge, it's the monster reported to live here, affectionately nicknamed Nessie, who's actually the main attraction. It may seem to be a fairly modern phenomenon, with various photographs of Nessie ranging from out-and-out hoaxes to the enticingly mysterious, regularly appearing, but the story begins many centuries before the advent of photography, with a very famous holy man. In fact, it's impossible to go far in search of Scottish myths and legends without bumping into a saint by the name of Columba, who was of Irish descent. Now, in many respects, there are very tangible links between Ireland and Scotland. If you travel to the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, you're bound to be told the story of the famous giant Finn McCool, who took a great fancy to a Scottish giantess on the island of Staffa. As you would expect in such an affair of the heart, Finn began to build a causeway to get to the object of his desire. And as there are similar rock formations on the Scottish Isle, his ladylove evidently started to build from her side too. However, when a Scottish giant, who also had a soft spot for the giantess, started hurling rocks at the mighty Finn, all hell broke loose. Eventually, Finn grabbed a huge piece of the landscape and threw it as far as he could. But it landed in the sea, which is said to explain how the Isle of Man came to be, and the causeway got no further than you see here. Saint Columba, as we already know, was born in Ireland, but when it came to reaching Scotland, he got an awful lot further than Finn McCool ever did. However, it was a dispute over the Gospels rather than a woman that motivated Columba's Scottish adventure. Columba, who lived in the 6th century AD, was a priest and a scholar, and the abbot of his monastery in Ireland, St. Finian, had travelled to Rome, returning with a much prized manuscript of the 4 Gospels of the New Testament. Columba asked permission to make a copy, but Finian refused, so Columba wrote out just a little of the Gospels every night in secret until he was caught, and St. Finian demanded he hand over the copied document. But Columba fled with his prize, raised an army for protection, and eventually was forced to do battle with the King of Ireland, who St. Finian had called upon to retrieve the manuscript. Columba won the day, but 2,000 men were killed in the process, and as a penance, the future saint exiled himself from Ireland to set sail for Scotland in order to convert as many wild Scots to Christianity as his actions had been responsible for killing. Eventually, with 12 companions, Columba founded a monastery on the island of Iona, which is still a place of pilgrimage for Christians to this day. This was Columba's base, but he travelled all over Scotland searching for souls to save, and it was on one such expedition that he found himself in the Great Glen where Loch Ness lies. And this is how the first recorded sighting of the Loch Ness monster came to be attributed to St. Columba in 565. According to Adamant's Life of St. Columba, written shortly after the saint had died, Columba saved a man who was being attacked by the monster. He cried out to Nessie, "Thou shalt go no further, nor touch the man, go back with all speed." And it was recorded that this is precisely what the monster did. It might have been a good story for helping to convert the native Scots to Christianity, but how much truth there is in the tale is another matter entirely. The next rumours to surface came in the late 19th century, but it wasn't until the 1930s that Nessie really began to make headlines. Then, through the 20th century, as technology offered greater opportunities to look into the watery depths of Loch Ness, the legend grew and grew in popularity, although a definitive answer to the question over Nessie's existence has never been found. Suggestions that Nessie is, in fact, a plesiosaur, a throwback to the days of the dinosaurs, are very popular, while eels, sturgeon, and giant nematodes have all been cited as possible explanations. However, for those less pragmatically minded, the much-told Scottish legend of the Kelpie is considered to be altogether more imaginative. A Kelpie is a shape-shifting water horse that's believed to haunt the rivers and lochs of Scotland. As a beautiful white horse, the spirit is to be found at the water's edge, where it tempts unsuspecting weary travellers to climb upon its back. Then the creature dives straight into the water, drowning the rider, who will be unable to climb off. Interestingly, a similar legend, that of the Brook horse, is part of Scandinavia's legendary heritage, with the Welsh and Irish having their own version of the story, and a link between the water spirit Kelpies and lake monsters, especially in the case of Loch Ness and the elusive Nessie, has been put forward on a number of occasions. Looking at Loch Ness in all its magnificent beauty today, and the imposing ruins of Urquhart Castle, it'll come as no surprise that the legends abound here, even if you do have to be aware of magical white horses. Nevertheless, there's an altogether more sinister tale of trouble for unsuspecting travellers in 16th century Scotland, which resulted in an alarming rate of disappearances that, if legend is to be believed, even had the King of Scotland on the case. On the west coast of Scotland, not far from the world-famous golf course at Turnberry, you'll find the seaside towns of Girvan and Ballantrae, with the latter's name originating from the traditional Gaelic meaning town by the beach. It all sounds very pleasant, but between the two towns, along the shore at Benane Head, there are stories told about a hidden cave, which is associated with one of the most gruesome of all Scottish legends. Looking at this stretch of coastline, there's a certain wildness about it. But back in the 1500s, for almost a quarter of a century, this was quite literally a place from which people never returned, once they'd fallen victim to the notorious cannibal Sawney Bean. But Sawney Bean did not act alone. With an equally evil woman, he produced a brood of children, and his incestuous clan is thought to have numbered as many as 4 dozen in total. By day, they would hide in their cave, but at night the lawless Beans would ambush passing travellers, kill them, steal any possessions, and then take their victims' bodies back to the cave, where they'd be devoured. Local people seem to have been unaware of a clan of murderers living close by, but needless to say, the regular disappearances did arouse suspicion, and the innkeepers, who were often the last to see the travellers alive, were considered prime suspects. Eventually, the Beans' unorthodox lifestyle came to an end when they ambushed a farmer and his wife riding home from Ballantrae. The man put up a tremendous fight, but in the fray, the woman fell to the ground, where her attackers cut her throat, and to her husband's horror, started to drink her blood. When the farmer escaped, news of the murderous clan spread fast, and a detachment of troops soon arrived to hunt Sawney Bean down. When the cave was found, it was littered with human remains, and the Beans were quickly rounded up and captured. They were taken to Edinburgh's Tolbooth jail and executed without trial the following day. Like so many legends, there's no substantiating evidence, and historians are dubious about the story to say the least. However, cannibalism was not unknown in this part of Scotland during medieval times, and this could explain how the legend of Sawney Bean first began. And so, our journey has brought us to Edinburgh, a city awash with some of the best Scottish myths and legends. And as elegant and cultured as these beautiful buildings appear today, there's a darker side to Scotland's capital, and you don't have to delve too deeply to find it. Now, along with Sawney Bean, there are two other names that have gone down in Scottish history for kidnap and murder. But in the case of Burke and Hare, the most notorious body snatchers of all time, they had no intention of eating their victims, because by 1827, corpses were far too valuable to be consumed. Edinburgh University has a fine reputation when it comes to medicine, but in the early 19th century, Edinburgh, like many other medical schools, struggled to find sufficient dead bodies for the students to learn their craft from. So, when Edinburgh's anatomist in residence, Robert Knox, paid Irish labourers Burke and Hare £7 for the corpse of a lodger who'd died owing rent, he really started something. At that time, the usual sources of corpses for the medical college were from the workhouse or the hangman's gibbet, and Burke and Hare saw an opportunity to make a great deal of money. Hare's mistress ran a lodging house, where Burke and Hare lured unsuspecting souls, often vagrants or prostitutes, whose passing was unlikely to be noticed. The victims were plied with drink, and then suffocated, so as not to leave any marks on the body, and by the next day had been sold to Knox, ready for dissection on the surgeon's table. It's thought Burke and Hare dispatched 16 victims in this way, but when some of the medical students recognised the body snatcher's 10th victim, prostitute Mary Patterson, having no doubt availed themselves of her services, an investigation was launched. There was a public outcry, and when the body of an old Irish woman was spotted under the bed at the lodging house, Burke and Hare were charged with her murder. To save his own skin, Hare turned king's evidence and was released, leaving Burke to hang for their dastardly crimes. Edinburgh's grass market today is very popular with tourists and absolutely delightful. But when Burke was hanged close by, 40,000 onlookers crowded into this area to witness the event. Complaining to the last that Surgeon Knox still owed him £5, Burke was hanged and his body taken to the university for dissection, but the crowd were still not satisfied with the outcome. To avoid a riot, the people were admitted up to 60 a minute to see true evil, as the top of Burke's head had been removed so they could look into the mind of a murderer. In an ironic twist, many of the medical students removed pieces of Burke's skin to sell as souvenirs, while Hare, by all accounts, died in poverty on the streets of London. Law and order was always a dangerous business in Edinburgh, as demonstrated with so many spectators turning up to see Burke hang. And today there's a bizarre custom that surrounds the spot where the old Tolbooth jail used to stand. Just outside the unmissable St Giles Cathedral, if you look down to the ground, you'll see the Heart of Midlothian, a fine mosaic of stones which marks the location of the much-hated prison. It's said that local custom demands you spit upon the spot, but as that would be extremely antisocial, this is perhaps one urban legend that's best noted but not acted upon. However, not all of Edinburgh's legends are quite as gruesome as that of Burke and Hare, and if you find yourself in the vicinity of Greyfriars Kirk, you'll discover a real shaggy dog tale. The story of this churchyard has plenty of horrible history, and is where the Covenanter movement was brutally crushed. Ever since the Emperor Hadrian built his wall, the independent spirit of the native Scots was renowned the world over, and they fought as fiercely to worship in the way that they chose as they did for every other freedom they held dear. Consequently, when England, in the person of King Charles I, forced a new prayer book on the people of Scotland in the 17th century, there was a rebellion, and the Covenanter movement was formed. But, as often proved to be the case throughout history, the Scots would suffer greatly for their principles, and when the Covenanters were defeated at the Battle of Bothwell Brig, those taken prisoner were brought to this churchyard, which was used as a makeshift jail. You can still see the old Covenanters' prison sign, testament to the plight of the 1,000 or so Covenanters left here for 5 months, exposed to the elements and virtually starved. Many died, as you can see at the Martyrs' Memorial, but invariably it isn't the Covenanters who bring tourists to this historic spot. Instead, a very different memorial at the gates of the churchyard appears to be the main attraction. This statue of a Skye Terrier called Bobby is actually a listed building thanks to Historic Scotland, and the legend of Greyfriars Bobby, the name the little dog is better known by, is a great favourite with locals and visitors alike. The Victorians were very partial to melodrama, especially when there was a tragic ending, and the story of Greyfriars Bobby fitted the bill perfectly. The dog belonged to a night watchman called John Gray, who died in 1858 and was buried in the graveyard at Greyfriars Kirk. The faithful terrier is said to have spent the rest of his days sat by his master's grave, and as he outlived John Gray by 14 years, Bobby became something of an Edinburgh institution. When Bobby died in 1872, a simple inscription was carved upon his memorial saying, "Let his loyalty and devotion be a lesson to us all." And it looks as if the most photographed dog in Edinburgh is as popular as ever. Now, although John Gray and his faithful Bobby rest in peace here, Edinburgh is well known for its ghost stories. There have been some legendary tales down through the ages of supernatural manifestations all over the city. We can actually start here in Greyfriars Churchyard, where visitors to the Covenanters' prison have experienced being pushed and pulled by unseen forces, only to find themselves covered in cuts and bruises the following day. Some believe it's the ghost of George Mackenzie, the Scottish lawyer responsible for persecuting the Covenanters, who's buried in the churchyard, while others think it's more likely to be the spirits of the unfortunate prisoners who starved to death here in such appalling circumstances. There are a number of ghost walks that are offered through Edinburgh's fascinating streets, and these excursions have become extremely popular tourist attractions. Here's a very brief look at some of the city's favourite ghostly legends. one of the most haunted destinations on any tour of Edinburgh has to be the castle, where tales of the paranormal have proved very mysterious indeed. There was a time when French prisoners of war were kept in the dungeons, and if you look carefully, you'll see the graffiti they left behind. The castle boasts plenty of sightings of a headless drummer who's believed to be of French origin, but in keeping with this musical note, the most infamous of the apparitions here is a lone piper who can sometimes be heard even if he isn't seen. Legend has it that there are secret tunnels running beneath the Royal Mile from the castle all the way to the Palace of Holyrood at the far end. Way back in history, the piper was sent to investigate whether this was true or not, the idea being that he could be heard above ground and his progress monitored. All seemed to be going well, until after some distance he could be heard no more, and the piper was never seen again. Well, in human form, that is. Nobody ever discovered what happened to the man. However, the ghostly laments of the phantom piper have been regularly reported around the castle and along the Royal Mile, with many reported sightings. While exploring the Royal Mile, Edinburgh ghost walkers will always watch out for a ragged little girl known as Annie, the most famous of the spirits said to have come from Mary King's Close. Finding the narrow, winding alleyways that Edinburgh is so famous for can be fascinating, and Mary King's Close, back in 1645, was boarded up when bubonic plague hit the overcrowded city. By all accounts, there were plague victims still living, just left to die, and little Annie, with pustules all over her face, is believed to have been one of them. The sightings started 40 years later, when a housing shortage forced the close to be reopened, and today a reconstruction of what life would have been like in Mary King's Close back in the 17th century has become a very popular attraction, as people from all over the world come in search of Annie, many bringing gifts of toys to leave for the little girl to play with. Ghost hunters are also keen to explore the Palace of Holyrood when they've completed the Royal Mile. But as it's the British monarch's official residence when visiting Edinburgh, the opening times of the palace are definitely restricted, and ghostly apparitions are not usually known for being overly cooperative when it comes to schedules. Nevertheless, the three ghosts most closely associated with Holyrood are indeed fascinating, and Mary, Queen of Scots, the most famous of the three, has become one of the most legendary protagonists in Scotland's colourful history. Mary became Queen of Scotland when she was just a week old, but back in 1542, being of royal blood could be very dangerous, and King Henry VIII, south of the border in England, saw this as an opportunity to take the crown of Scotland for himself. When his son Edward was born 5 years later, he tried to force a dynastic marriage between Mary and the infant prince. But in a bid to keep Scotland independent, Mary's mother asked the help of the King of France, and the child Queen of Scotland was dispatched across the Channel with a betrothal arranged to the heir to the French throne, the Dauphin, instead. With an alliance with France, Henry VIII's avaricious designs on Scotland were thwarted, and as soon as the royal couple were old enough, they married in Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. And when the old king died, Mary and Francois II were crowned the new king and queen of France. Then tragedy struck when Mary's young husband died shortly after the coronation, and at the tender age of 18, the widowed Mary returned to Scotland to claim her birthright. By this time, Henry VIII and his son Edward had both died, and Mary's cousin Elizabeth I was now Queen of England. An alliance between the two queens would undoubtedly have helped both of them, but as Mary was Catholic and Elizabeth Protestant, they each became rivals for the other's throne. But Mary's troubles really started when she married her cousin Lord Darnley, the second of the 3 ghosts in question at Holyrood, where the wedding took place. Darnley was a poor choice, no doubt charming until Mary was his wife, but the Queen quickly realised it was his lust for power rather than desire for her that had motivated his actions. Despite the stormy relationship, Mary became pregnant, but it didn't bring the couple together, and matters deteriorated further when Darnley, amongst others, murdered the Queen's private secretary and closest friend, David Rizzio, here at Holyrood, quite literally at her feet. The third of our trio of ghosts is of course the unfortunate Rizzio, and delve a little deeper into the story, and the plot definitely thickens. Mary was 5 months pregnant when this happened, and many believe Darnley was actually afraid that his own child, if a son, would rob him of all his power, so he committed the bloodthirsty crime in the hope that his wife would miscarry. The history books certainly paint an unpleasant picture of Darnley, but there's another explanation for these tragic events. There's been much speculation that Mary and Rizzio were lovers, and the child she was carrying was Rizzio's and not Darnley's, making revenge a more probable motive for murder. Whatever the truth, the blood stains on the stone floor of Holyrood Palace, where Rizzio fell to his death as a result of 57 stab wounds, have never been washed away. The story goes that despite centuries of scrubbing, the blood stains always come back as a grisly memorial to David Rizzio and his untimely death. Mary did survive, as did her child, a son, who went on to become King of Scotland and then England when Elizabeth I died unmarried and childless. Ironically, Darnley didn't fare much better than Rizzio, and he too was murdered not long after his rival, with Mary Queen of Scots very heavily implicated in the plot, along with the Earl of Bothwell, her next husband. It was yet another disastrous marriage, and eventually, hounded by the Scottish nobles, Mary fled to England to throw herself upon the mercy of her cousin Elizabeth, who kept Mary a prisoner for almost 20 years, before having the Queen of Scots executed for treason. Mary's bad luck dogged her to the very end, because, by all accounts, the axeman who beheaded her took 3 attempts to fulfill his duty. So, All three ghosts in this tragic tale died most horrible deaths, and the legend of the Queen of Scots continues, owing as much to myth and speculation as it does to historic fact. When it comes to the great legends of Scotland, from the nation's earliest beginnings right up to the present day, the issue of Scottish independence is key to so many of the great stories. The epic heroes of the history books have become larger than life, and as you enter Edinburgh Castle, through this magnificent gatehouse, there are two statues stood either side of you that really do have a story to tell. The first is William Wallace, transformed into a household name by Mel Gibson in Braveheart, the blockbuster movie from 1995 that introduced this Scottish patriot to a worldwide audience. Now, although through generations of telling, myths, legends and history all have a habit of getting a little muddled, this is never truer than in the case of William Wallace. But to set his story in context, we need to take a quick look first at the Scottish clans. You don't have to go far in Scotland to find tartan, whether in the form of traditional clothing or on shortbread tins. The MacDonalds, MacLeods, Stewarts, Gordons and Campbells, to mention but a few, all have clan tartans, dating back to the times when Highland society was divided into tribal groups led by clan chiefs. They were tough times, and a chief counted his wealth by how many warriors he could muster rather than how much money he had, and fighting between the clans, often over cattle rights, was brutal. The tartan kilt was developed for the clansmen as an all-weather garment that doubled as a blanket for sleeping out in the wild, and it identified their loyalties. But by the 13th century, the clans of Scotland were anything but united. And this is where the legend of William Wallace begins to gain momentum. When Edward I of England set his sights on Scotland, his brutal tactics left the Scottish clans reeling. In 1296 he stole the Stone of Destiny from Scone Palace, which was a precious artefact used in the coronation of Scottish kings, and took it to Westminster Abbey, where he had it built into his coronation chair. His vicious attempts to subjugate the clansmen almost succeeded, not least because the Scots were still as busy fighting each other as they were the English. Then along came William Wallace, who was able to unite the clansmen to fight together, and his victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge in 1297 served notice that Edward I had a fight on his hands if he wanted Scotland. Nevertheless, with infighting and betrayal rife, Wallace was defeated at the Battle of Falkirk, and although he escaped, he was eventually captured and taken to London, where he was hung, drawn and quartered. Despite Wallace's heroic status today, to believe that he was a paragon of virtue would be an oversimplification, and stories of his own violent behaviour are given a good deal of credence. The other statue at the gatehouse of the castle is that of Robert the Bruce, who some believe was implicated in the demise of Wallace. However, he rose to the task of driving the English out of his homeland and became King of Scotland in 1306. There's a delightful Robert the Bruce legend that's still told to children to this day to encourage them to persevere, no matter how hard a task might be. When Robert the Bruce was hiding in the depths of a dark cave, having been beaten by Edward I and the English on 6 occasions, he was in the depths of despair, ready to give up the fight for Scotland and freedom. Then he spotted a spider trying to spin a web at the mouth of the cave, but each time it tried to attach the first thread, the wind blew the spider off course. This happened 6 times, and when the spider made a 7th attempt, Robert the Bruce vowed that if it was successful, he too would muster all his strength and attack the English for a 7th time, believing that just like the spider, he would be victorious. This is where the well-known expression, "If at first you don't succeed, try, try, try again," is thought to have originated from, and of course in the legend of Robert the Bruce, when he fought the English at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, he did succeed, and assured Scottish independence for many years to come. Now, as we know, hanging on to Scotland's freedom wasn't always easy, which Mary, Queen of Scots, discovered to her cost. But moving on to the 17th century, when England and Scotland had become a united kingdom, the rising of the Jacobites, determined to restore the House of Stuart to the British throne, started a whole new crop of Scottish myths and legends. One journey now brings us to arguably one of the most dramatic and beautiful places on earth, Glencoe. But for the many walkers and climbers that come here, even in fine weather, it always needs to be treated with the utmost respect. When the mists descend, the mountain passes can quickly become treacherous, so appropriate footwear and clothing is always essential, however beautiful the day might be. So when you hear the ancient tales of ghostly screams echoing across the valley, you might quite logically assume that it's the spirits of those lost on the mountains, warning anyone following in their footsteps to take care. But this is far from being the case. In this beautiful valley, something truly terrible happened in 1692 that's gone down in Scottish legend as the Massacre of Glencoe.
She laid her hand on me.
Having already established that there was great rivalry between many of the Scottish clans, matters got considerably more complicated when the Stuart king, James II, was replaced by his son-in-law, William of Orange. James II was the great-grandson of Mary, Queen of Scots, and when he fled to France, many of the Highland clans were very unhappy about a king of Scottish descent being deposed by a Dutchman. Eventually, with trouble brewing north of the border, the new king demanded each of the Highland clan chiefs swear an oath of allegiance to the crown by the end of 1691. The wild landscape of Glencoe was home to the MacDonald clan of the chief Macian. An old man, Macian held out to the last, but when he realised he was risking a battle he couldn't win, as all the other clan chiefs had capitulated, he hurried off to Fort William to take the oath. And so begins a chapter of events that transformed an old man's error of judgment into a tragic legend. There was no magistrate in Fort William to officiate. By the time Macian reached Invergary, in the winter snow, it was January the 6th, 1692, and the deadline had passed. There'd been little love lost between the MacDonalds and rival clan the Campbells down through the ages, and the Campbells welcomed the opportunity to obtain royal backing to take revenge on their neighbours, attacking them as Jacobite rebels. In February, 120 Campbells arrived in Glencoe, led by Robert Campbell, and with no reason to suspect treachery, the MacDonalds provided them with Highland hospitality. For 12 days, the Campbells were entertained by the MacDonalds, but when the order was given to attack from Signal Rock, high up on the hillside, the Campbells brutally killed every MacDonald man, woman and child they could find, while any who escaped froze to death on the precipices where they'd fled. The huts were then burned and the livestock taken, and the legend of the MacDonald ghosts of Glencoe began. But when it comes to massacres and ghostly tales, there's one place further north that's very possibly the eeriest and most haunting location in all Scotland, where the Jacobites' dreams were finally dashed in the most brutal way imaginable on the battlefield of Culloden. For many people, the image of the legendary romantic Highlanders belongs to the Jacobite risings, and the most romantic figure of all has to be the Bonnie Prince, grandson of the deposed James II. Charles Edward Stuart, who was born in France, landed in Scotland in 1745, determined to raise an army of Highlanders to march on London and restore the Stuarts to the British throne. Now, ironically, by this time there were many people south of the border who supported the young pretender, as the Bonnie Prince was known. William of Orange was king by virtue of being married to a Stuart queen, but when he was succeeded by her sister Anne, who died childless, it really was the end of the Stuart line, and German relations, the Hanoverians, were invited to take the united throne of England and Scotland. The first Hanoverian, appropriately George I, was exceedingly unpopular, and in 1745 his son, George II, was liked little better by his subjects. There was every chance that a Jacobite rising could now succeed, and Bonnie Prince Charlie's campaign began very well indeed. At the Battle of Preston Pans near Edinburgh, the Prince defeated the English forces commanded by Sir John Cope, but failed to capitalise on the advantage. The Jacobites stayed in Edinburgh for an inexplicably long time, and it was November before they marched on England, enabling George II to build a huge army of more than 10,000 men under the command of his son, the Duke of Cumberland. Even so, the Bonnie Prince had ample opportunity to take London, and got as far as Derby before his nerve failed him. Had he continued, who can say what might have happened? But instead, on the false advice of English spies, he retreated, believing Cumberland's huge army was close by, when it was in fact miles away. And so we finally reach Scotland's most legendary battlefield, Culloden Moor, on the outskirts of Inverness, where the Bonnie Prince's campaign that had started with such promise ended in tragedy. After the long march in retreat north, the Highlanders were exhausted, and Culloden was far from an ideal place for them to engage the enemy. In battle, the Scots were best suited to fighting on steep hillsides, where they had a distinct advantage on home terrain over the English. But at Culloden, the battlefield was flat and covered a vast area. The Jacobite army was heavily defeated by the Duke of Cumberland's troops, and when astride his white horse, he raised his sword and ordered no quarter to be given. He signalled the start of an appalling massacre. the injured Scots were slaughtered, and he even went back with his troops the next day to kill any who'd survived the night. It'll therefore come as no surprise that ghostly screams, groans and cries for help have been widely reported across the field of battle from those fateful days in 1745 right up to the present day. Yet Bonnie Prince Charlie escaped the English, and the story of how he managed to do this is very definitely the stuff of legend. The familiar tune you can hear is the Sky Boat Song, because so famous had the legend of what happened after Culloden become, it's actually been integrated into Scottish folk heritage. The lyrics tell of Bonnie Prince Charlie's incredible journey across the sea to the Isle of Skye in a small rowing boat with the lovely Flora MacDonald, a brave local heroine who dressed the prince as her maid to help him to safety.
Baffled our foes stand by the shore, follow they will not dare.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wind, onward the sails try. Carry the light that's born to begin, over the sea to sky.
Though the waves leap, some shall ye sleep, ocean's royal bed.
Here on the Isle of Skye today, a visit to Dunvegan Castle is fascinating. But interestingly, the MacLeod clan chief at the time didn't support the Jacobites and was involved in the hunt for the Bonnie Prince. Nevertheless, there are Jacobite relics here that once belonged to Flora MacDonald.
That's born to begin, over the sea to sky.
How this came about is a legend in itself, and what happened to Flora is far more interesting than what happened to the Bonnie Prince. Eventually, Charles Edward Stuart escaped back to France, despite there being a huge price on his head, and in 1788, at the age of 68, he died, poverty-stricken, in Rome, having taken to drink. The Scots he left behind suffered terribly at the hands of the English authorities, who, terrified by the wild Highlanders who almost got to London, made swift reprisals. The clan chiefs were stripped of their authority. The wearing of kilts and tartan in any form was outlawed, while owning weapons or playing the bagpipes was considered treason and punishable by death. Anyone who'd supported the Jacobite cause was hunted down, including Flora MacDonald, who in the end emigrated to America to get away from persecution. Her time spent at Dunvegan Castle on Skye was purely a family matter, as years later her daughter married the tutor to the young clan chief and lived at the castle, so naturally Flora came back to visit, leaving her possessions to her family here when she died. But Flora's treasures are not the only intriguing relic here, and the legend of the fairy flag of Dunvegan is a Scottish myth not to be missed. But how the relic came to be owned by the Clan MacLeod isn't altogether clear. Some say that a chief stumbled into a fairy hill, where he fell in love with a beautiful maiden who married him, but on the understanding that after 20 years she would need to return to the fairy folk. When the time came, the distraught chief held onto her gown, and the fabric strip now known as the flag came away in his hands. Other accounts tell of it magically appearing on the crib of a sleeping infant clan chief, while it's also been attributed to another MacLeod clan chief, who's said to have torn it from the hem of a she-devil's skirt he fought while on crusade in the Holy Land. Whatever its origins, the legend states that when the Clan MacLeod is facing disaster, waving the flag will bring them help from the spirit world. The flag can only be used 3 times, and so far it's been flown on 2 occasions. The first time was when a clan chief, while just a tiny child, was mortally ill, and the flag restored him to health. The second time was in battle with a rival clan, when the MacLeods were being beaten, but after the flag was waved, they were victorious. Who knows if it will ever be needed a 3rd time, or if the ancient, delicate fabric would turn to dust before it could summon aid. It's a wonderful story, and so typical of the delightful myths and legends of Scotland that so effortlessly mix real history and mystery against a backdrop of some of the most majestic scenery you're ever likely to see. Sadly, we've now run out of time, long before every legend has been told, because you'll discover tales of mystery wherever you go north of the border, and hopefully, having explored just a few of Scotland's most traditional tales, you'll be inspired to come and see for yourself the places where magic still happens, and each new generation adds its own twist to the myths and legends of Scottish folklore.
When the great Scottish poet and novelist Sir Walter Scott waxed lyrical about the nation of his birth in the Lay of the Last Minstrel, he presented an image of Scotland full of power and majesty. O Caledonia, stern and wild, meet nurse for a poetic child. Land of brown heath and shaggy wood, land of the mountain and the flood. Land of my sires, what mortal hand can e'er untie the filial band that knits me to thy rugged strand? This celebration of Scotland and the patriotism that binds every true Scot to this rugged landscape, wherever they happen to live in the world, is as valid today as when the great man put pen to paper back in 1805. There's a passion to being a Scot, and although today the international perception of the country is ornately decorated with tartan and an over-exuberant helping of shortbread, there's much more to the many great Scottish traditions than might at first meet the eye of the thousands of visitors who travel north of the border year in, year out. Ask anyone to name you 10 things connected with Scotland, and always, amongst the haggis and the Loch Ness Monster, you'll hear the word whisky, uttered with a distinctive and reverent licking of the lips. The golden liquid synonymous with the absolute best of Scottish tradition has been created from the very same brown heath and flood that forged Sir Walter Scott's poetic child. Stern and wild is, in point of fact, a very fine description of the national drink of this rugged country, and without doubt, whisky is one of those rare concoctions that you have to understand before you can truly appreciate and love it. And so we begin on the whisky trail, a fascinating journey for the novice and experienced drinker of the wee dram alike. And although an hour is far too short a time to do justice to this wonderful subject, by the end of our tour you will at least have a thorough ongoing knowledge of Scotch whisky and a measure or two of insider tips from the major distilleries still in operation today to heighten your appreciation. Exactly how whisky came into being in Scotland is not precisely known, and there are a variety of interesting hypotheses as to how it all began. Some believe that monks from Ireland, intent on bringing Christianity to the wild Scots, also brought with them the recipe for the distillation of alcohol, a process widely practiced in Ireland since ancient times. However, it wasn't only the Irish that knew about a fine drop of the hard stuff. The Arabs had also worked out the alchemy required to turn innocuous ingredients into aqua vitae, the water of life. There are those that believe soldiers returning from the Crusades brought back these mysterious Arabian secrets and applied the principles to good old Scots barley. Equally, it could have been a cacophony of all this gleaned information, all thrown quite literally into the melting pot, along with reboiled porridge accidentally distilling away on an old peat fire. The term aqua vitae makes its first appearance in the Scottish history books in 1494, where there is an entry of malt being sold to one Friar John Corr to make the spirit. But the term whisky actually appears rather later, being derived from the Gaelic for water of life, Usqua Bay. In 1618, accounts of the funeral and wake of a Highland chieftain mentions Usqua as being served, and from this point onwards, Scotch whisky was produced in earnest. 17th century whisky making was a dangerous business, even though the actual procedure was straightforward enough. A sack of barley was soaked for a day or two in the running waters of a convenient burn before drying out for 10 days or so at room temperature, followed by the introduction of a smoky peat fire. The simple addition of water and yeast, which was then passed twice through a pot still, made for a remarkably potent mixture. Unfortunately, testing the whisky without today's modern equipment could be rather hit and miss, as the first and last parts of any given distillation were undrinkable, and in the case of the foreshots, extremely poisonous. Ascertaining the strength of the whisky called for an interesting experiment whereby gunpowder was added to the mixture. It took a brave man to set said concoction alight, but if it exploded, you knew you'd gone too far, and the whisky, to say the least, would be a wee bit too strong. It was also at this point in history that the eternal scourge of whisky taxation made its first very unwelcome appearance. Matters deteriorated rapidly with the Scottish and English Union of the Parliaments in the early 18th century, when English revenue officers were allowed to cross the border to sniff out illegal Scotch whisky production. Now, as any history book will tell you, the English were none too popular with the independent-minded Scots, and officious Sassenachs travelling north to tell them to cease their distillation was met with the utmost resistance. In fact, it became a point of principle to increase illicit whisky production to strike a blow against the English, and never was an act of defiant rebellion so greatly enjoyed by the people of Scotland. Although through the centuries since, whisky taxation has stabilised and distilleries have grown into fine licensed establishments, the romantic whisky drinker can't help but imagine that there might be just a few secret stills tucked away amongst these hills, producing a hitherto unknown golden blend yet to be discovered, for the good, of course, of all mankind. But whimsy aside, whisky production in Scotland today is big business, and if you walk into any bar or liquor store, you'll see a whole array of evocatively named Scotch whiskies to tempt your palate. For most people, their first taste of Scotch whisky will be a blended variety, and in truth, this can be a very good place to start. This process developed throughout the latter half of the 19th century for a number of reasons, but primarily the stronger flavour of the single malts, which we'll look at in more detail a little later, did not suit the taste buds of the growing export market. For the English, and partakers considerably further afield, the blending of both malt and grain whiskies allowed a far more widely acceptable result to be attained. Grain whisky is produced predominantly in the Scottish lowlands and matures more quickly than its fellow Highland malts. Incidentally, all whisky worthy of the name Scotch has to have matured for a minimum of 3 years, with grain whisky then perfectly suitable for consumption, whereas in practice malt whiskies are left to mature for at least 8 and often up to 15 or more years. Most of the well-known blended whiskies are produced by companies who own both malt and grain distilleries. One of the best-loved examples is Johnnie Walker, which is smooth in character with sweet and dry high notes in both maltiness and peatiness. Johnnie Walker himself was a licensed grocer from Kilmarnock who started blending in the 1820s, with his grandsons creating black and red label blends in the early 20th century. Along with Bell's, Haig and the famous Grouse, to mention but a few, blended Scotch whisky is greatly enjoyed all over the world and is by no means to be considered as a poor relation. A good Scotch whisky blender is a rare and talented individual with a highly developed sense of smell, as scent is used rather than taste to create the perfect balance. On average, blenders will mix up to 50 different whiskies in any one brand, but there's one of the J&B blends that actually uses a grand total of 116 malts and 12 grain whiskies, which certainly explains why the task requires such a great level of skill. And as consistency is absolutely vital, the nose of an expert whisky blender is a highly prized commodity within the modern day Scotch whisky industry. However, for many a whisky drinker, the ultimate progression as the connoisseur's palate develops is to the single Highland malt. And this is where our whisky trail begins in earnest. Our destination is Speyside in the northeastern Highlands, where more than half of Scotland's distilleries are in operation. When it comes to whisky production, Speyside has it all. The climate and geology of the Grampian Mountains, alongside the great glens bordering the River Spey, can only be described as perfect whisky country, and you will see numerous signposts for distilleries, many of which have wonderful visitor centres and provide fascinating guided distillery tours. This is Glenfiddich Distillery, and although it's one of the largest distilleries you'll get to visit, it's still a family business. Production of this most distinctive of single malts, with a light, peaty aroma, counterbalanced with a delightful sweetness, has gone on uninterrupted for over 100 years. A single malt simply means that the whisky is the product of just one distillery, but various proof strengths and ages of spirit will be mixed together to ensure a consistent end product. If you're a relative novice to whisky drinking and are only just starting to sample malt whisky, Glenfiddich is a great introduction. In the shadow of the ruins of Balvenie Castle, Glenfiddich is produced today with the traditional care and skilled expertise of generations of whisky distillers. The methods used are absolutely authentic, and William Grant, the former apprentice shoemaker who bought this land in the valley of the River Fiddick in 1886 to fulfil his dream of setting up a distillery of his own, would without doubt approve heartily. William Grant and his family worked tirelessly to create their exceptional single malt, and the Glenfiddich name very quickly became an assurance of quality. Crystal clear water from the Robbie Dhu Springs, the finest Scots barley, pure Highland air, and unusually small stills all contributed to make William Grant's Glenfiddich a unique and much loved single malt. As if to herald future success, the very first Glenfiddich spirit flowed from this very place on Christmas Day 1887, an auspicious beginning for what has since become one of the 21st century's best-selling whiskies the whole world over. This really is the perfect opportunity to take a look in close-up at how Scotch malt whisky is made. It will vary between distilleries, and Glenfiddich has specific ways of doing things, but these are the basic principles. Just like their Scottish forefathers who soaked their barley in a local burn, the malting process begins with barley being steeped in water. After 2 to 4 days, the barley is drained and spread across a large stone malting floor where it is allowed to germinate. Some distilleries still turn the barley by hand daily, but many now have mechanised the process. After 8 to 12 days, an enzyme called diastase will have been produced, which converts the barley to starch and sugar solubles, known in the trade as green malt. At this point, germination needs to be halted, and this is done by drying in a malt kiln. These pagoda-shaped towers are a common sight along Speyside, and with their oriental-style chimneys, they look very exotic indeed. This peat furnace smokes the green malt, and often you will taste the peat flavour to a greater or lesser degree in the finished whisky. Next, the malt is passed through a mill, which it emerges from as roughly ground grist. This is then mixed with hot water in a large tub called a mash tun, where, when agitated, the soluble powdery barley starch dissolves into a brownish sugary liquid called wort. When this is drawn off, it leaves behind a husky solid known as draff, which is very rich in nutrients and is recycled into cattle feed. Once the wort has been cooled, it's transferred to washbacks, large wooden or stainless steel tubs, where yeast can be added to begin the fermentation process. It takes about 48 hours for this to happen, famously at 21 degrees. Now, there was a time when PC simply referred to a police constable, but in today's climate, where political correctness is a burning issue, it's almost controversial to say that the male-dominated whisky-making workforce of generations past remembered the temperature for this tricky stage by comparison with a woman of 21, which all sagely agreed was when she was at her most awkward. The resulting fermented liquid has a strength of about 7 degrees of alcohol and is unceremoniously named wash. And this is when the serious business of distillation begins. One of the most distinctive images that you'll see at any malt whisky distillery will be the beautifully bulbous, glistening copper stills used for this most crucial stage of whisky production. Little has changed with these great magical cauldrons in 200 years, and they are always made by hand, hammered out by highly skilled coppersmiths. You may ask, why copper in a modern world? Why not clinically spotless stainless steel? By all accounts, you'll have your answer if you're ever unfortunate enough to cut yourself on a sharp copper edge. The healing process will be in excess of a week faster than if it had been stainless steel, proving just how microscopically clean copper is. Also, copper is renowned for making the best possible cooking pots and pans because of its unrivaled heat conduction properties. And considering that these stills have to temper heats ranging anything between 600 and 700 degrees centigrade, it's undoubtedly a very appropriate choice of material. Surprising as it may sound, the flavour of the finished whisky is influenced greatly by the shape of the vessel it's distilled in. If a still has a short neck, the whisky is dominated by heavier oils, which give a more intense flavour, whereas a still with a long high neck will produce whisky of a much lighter character with less heavy oils in evidence. Here's the science bit. Alcohol boils at a lower temperature than water, which means therefore that it evaporates before the water does. Thus the wash is boiled so that the alcohol level rises to roughly 23 degrees in the vapour, which then condenses in a cooling plant of traditionally coiled pipes in cold water. This piece of equipment has always been referred to as the worm, and even though some of the newer, more technologically advanced versions have no coiled pipes whatsoever, to the whisky makers of Scotland, it's still a worm. The distillation process is then repeated a second time, and as with the very early whisky makers with their gunpowder, the modern day distiller needs to bring all his skills to bear to successfully draw off the middle cut or main run of the spirit. Although you'll see various gauges to aid this critical judgment, it still takes an experienced eye to call the shots. The foreshots are as poisonous as they ever were, and the aftershots are equally as undrinkable as in ancient times. However, recycling is certainly possible, and nothing is ever wasted, as anything unfit for consumption is simply fed back into the wash for redistillation. At this stage, the spirit is correctly termed as ethanol. It's not yet become whisky, and it's perfectly clear in colour. The alcohol content is also way higher than it should be, and so it's mixed with water in a whisky vat to make things a little more manageable. Finally, the potent concoction will be transferred to oak casks, some of which will have previously contained sherry, depending on the distillery, to mature for at least 3 years, allowing the whisky to mellow and to take on the rich golden colouring that we all know and love. A certain amount of whisky will evaporate during this final process, but even the thrifty Scot can do nothing to prevent this, and what's lost has to be philosophically written off as the angel's share. At Glenfiddich, there's also an opportunity to see the whisky being bottled, as this is one of the few distilleries to bottle on site. For the visitors who come and take the Glenfiddich tour in person, there's nothing so delightful as taking a wee dram of the finished whisky to judge for themselves what all the fuss is about. But fear not, Glenfiddich is readily available everywhere, and it's well worth the investment. You won't be disappointed. Having seen whisky being made in what has to be described as a state-of-the-art distillery, with roots very firmly based in tradition, there's one very significant aspect of the process that can be in danger of being overlooked. At the last stage of distillation, you have ethanol spirit that is colourless. It only becomes whiskey after 3 years in storage. Therefore, something very special happens within the casks themselves, making what occurs over this prolonged maturing process very important. Our whisky trail now takes us to the Speyside cooperage, where oak casks are made and repaired to supply the whisky industry. The word cooperage actually dates back to the Roman era, the Latin for cask being cupel, and the term for the man making it, cuparius. Little has changed in 2,000 years in the way that the casks are made, and if you look at the tools of the trade being used here, it wouldn't take much to believe that they'd been unearthed at some archaeological dig. It has to be oak. Only oak will impart the flavours required to give the whisky its distinctive character. For Scotch whisky production today, 97% of the oak used comes from North America. It's a light variety that is a favourite for its elegance and delicate flavouring for specialist malts. As already mentioned, some distilleries use old Oloroso sherry casks, and a high proportion of the work carried out here at the Speyside cooperage is the repair and renovation of older casks. The flavour from the sherry-soaked casks always make for a richer and spicier whisky, which for some distilleries is an intrinsic part of their own specific taste. The parts of the cask, such as staves and hoops, should never be referred to as being fitted together. A true cask is raised up, and whether new or old, it needs to be fired. Not only will recycled casks be completely sterilised by this process, also the wonderful flavours of the wood will be completely restored to their former glories. It may seem an awful lot of effort to go to, keeping so many of these quite ancient casks in circulation, but with a lifespan of 60 years and like the fine whisky they hold, improving with age, it's well worth such careful husbandry of resources. Also, a brand new cask does cost in excess of £150, and after all, it's a fair price for such skilled work, but it wouldn't be in keeping with the very essence of Scotland if the distillers failed to ensure that they got their money's worth. Waste, as you have seen, is just not an option in the production of Scotch whisky. And even when these casks are beyond repair or complete sections have to be replaced, there's a huge demand for the discarded wood. Whisky is not the only treasure to come from Speyside. You don't have to look very far along the lovely riverbanks in season to find fly fishermen on an eternal quest for salmon. And of course, smoked salmon is a worldwide delicacy, so it'll come as no surprise that there are plenty of smokehouses in the area to make the most of Speyside's natural bounty. What you smoke the salmon with is absolutely key to the finished flavour, so what could be better than whisky-steeped wood shavings to cure your fish with? No small wonder that old casks are so highly prized.
Speed bunny boat like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad that's born to be king, over the sea to sky.
Loud the winds howl, loud the waves roar, thunderclaps rend the air. Baffled our foes, stand by the shore, follow.
Now, as you're travelling through Speyside, considering the many wonderful varieties of Highland malt on offer, it would be very remiss not to consider, at least momentarily, the landscape of this fascinating region of the British Isles from a more sober perspective. But fear not, whisky is never far away, as our next destination will prove. Travelling a little further south of the Glenfiddich distillery and the Speyside cooperage, all the Scottish guidebooks will make mention of Tomintoul, one of the highest villages in the Highlands at 1,124 feet. In summer, it's a veritable tourist attraction, but today, in the winter chill, the main road through the village seems to wind away into the distance, stretching seemingly to nowhere. Regiments of the British Army were responsible for the construction of a fair proportion of the roads, which date back to the mid-18th century. The Hanoverian King George II and his court in London had the shock of their lives when Charles Edward Stuart, he of Over the Sea to Sky fame, better known as Bonnie Prince Charlie, raised enough support to have the crowns of both England and Scotland quite literally within his grasp. The fact that he was one of the few people who failed to realise this resulted in an ill-advised retreat and the death of his cause and his loyal Scottish followers on the bloody battlefield of Culloden. It was a narrow escape, and the court of King George dealt harshly with the Scottish nation as a whole. The playing of bagpipes was banned, clan chiefs were stripped of their authority, the wearing of tartan, sporting of kilts, and the owning of weapons were all forbidden, and the penalty was death. What's more, a major road building campaign was instigated in the Highlands, working on the theory that if you wanted to subjugate the Scots, you had at least to be able to get to them, which was no easy task in this terrain. Despite being a direct result of the 1745 Jacobite rebellion debacle led by the Bonnie Prince, the roads served another fiendish purpose. The English customs men, on the lookout for illegal Scotch whisky stills, could rub salt into the already considerable Scottish wounds.
Oh, you Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. Oh, you Jacobites by name, your thoughts I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, you shall hear. What makes it right and wrong? By the law, by the law. What makes it right and wrong? By the law. What is right and what is wrong? A short sword or a long, a weak hand or a strong, for to draw, for to draw. A weak hand or a strong, for to draw. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear.
And so, as is often the case on Speyside, we're back round to discussing whisky again. And from Tomintoul to Glenlivet, you're in the 19th century heart of whisky smuggling country. It's been recorded that there were at least 200 hidden stills along the valley of the River Livet, and hatred of the English revenue officers took on what can only be described as a religious zeal.
What makes for strife? Toe up the assassin's knife, or hunt your parents' life with bloody war, or hunt your...
After the failure of Bonnie Prince Charlie and the merciless massacre by the English of so many Scotsmen at Culloden, the political climate of this rough landscape was echoed in the desperate measures the inhabitants would go to in order to maintain their independence. John Gow had been an ardent supporter of Charles Edward Stuart's cause, and in the aftermath of reprisals after Culloden, he changed his name to John Smith to protect his family from the wrath of the conquering militia from south of the border. A farmer by day, John Smith transformed into an illicit whisky distiller by night, and he would have considered it treason against the Scottish cause to take a licence and make his whisky production legitimate. However, his grandson, George Smith, was one of the first distillers to commit this heretic deed under the Reforming Licence Act of 1823. Smith was encouraged to do so by his landlord, the penniless but landloaded Duke of Gordon, who saw the financial benefits of a legal export market. The Duke was in fact responsible for laying out the village of Tomintoul as we've seen it today, way back in 1779. George Smith was a brave man, selling his legal Glenlivet whisky far and wide, but the neighbouring still owners viewed him as a turncoat, a traitor to his Scottish heritage. For the rest of his life, Smith is reported to have carried 2 pistols with him wherever he went for protection. This is Minmore House, the property that George Smith built next to his Glenlivet distillery, evidently keen to be on hand in case of any trouble. Not only was George Smith's life always under threat, his livelihood was also attacked at every possible opportunity. Glenlivet quickly became very successful, and even King George IV, a later Hanoverian with a keen taste for wine, women and song, stated a preference for Glenlivet whisky, and every still owner in the district tried to get in on the act. Glenlivet brands sprang up in abundance, and George Smith had to take his case to law, fighting to become the rightful owner of the name Glenlivet. This is why, when you see the whisky of George Smith's company today, it's always prefixed as the Glenlivet. Livet, as in the river that gives its much fought-over name to this delightful whisky, actually means smooth-flowing one, and nothing could describe a wee dram of the Glenlivet better. This is a subtly balanced malt, offering a delicate bouquet with traces of both fruit and floral notes. The balance between medium sweetness and smooth dryness makes this a whisky that a novice would certainly enjoy, though at 43%, it is a wonderful stronger option to encourage the developing palate. Also, as mentioned earlier, the Glenlivet could technically be labelled single malt Scotch whisky, after just 3 years storage in the cask, but this distillery insists on a full 12 years for maturity to be reached, and some examples wait 21 years before bottling is even contemplated.
Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet? Or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Cope sent a challenge frae Dunbar, saying, Charlie, meet me and you dare. And all knew the art of war if you gang with me in the morning. When Charlie looked the letter upon, he drew his sword, the scabbard from. Come follow me, my merry men, and we'll meet Johnny Cope in the morning. Hop now, Johnny, be as good as your word. Come, let us try both fire and sword, and do niffly like a frightened bird that's chased for its nest in the morning. When Johnny Cope, he heard of this, he thought it wouldn't be amiss to have a horse in readiness to flee away in the morning. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Pray now, Johnny, get up and run, for the Highland bagpipes make a din. It's better to sleep in the hailskin, for it will be a bloody morning. When Johnny Cope to Dunbar came, they sneered at him, where's all your men? The devil conform me to my ken, I left them away in the morning. Up now, John, you were not late to come with the news of your own defeat, and leave your men in such a strait so early in the morning. In faith, quoth Johnny, you got such flakes from their claymores and the filibegs. If I face them again, they'll break my legs, so I bid you all good morning.
The next distillery on the Whisky Trail is Glenfarclas, another example of a family concern that was started by J and G Grant in 1865 at the foot of the magnificent Ben Runes. However, although the name's the same, the Grants of Glenfarclas were not related to William Grant, the founding father of Glenfiddich.
Cross our swords in the morning.
The Glenfarclas Grants are an enduring bunch, as 4 generations on, George Grant has enjoyed more than 50 years as chairman of this truly remarkable company. The future is assured in Grant's hands, as his son John is at present the company's MD. Whisky making must definitely run in this family's blood, as John Grant's son, another proud owner of the name George Grant, has in recent years started work at Glenfarclas, joining the family firm to learn all the tricks of the trade. A tough task indeed, and an incredibly high standard to live up to. Despite its isolated location, in excess of 60,000 visitors a year flock to Glenfarclas, and the quality of the facilities for those who appreciate fine whisky and wish to improve their knowledge of the subject are really excellent. Taking a tour round this distillery is just like stepping back in time, with Glenfarclas proudly boasting that the only thing that has been changed here in getting on for 200 years is the label. Malting and peat drying continues as it has done in ageless fashion, and when mountain stream water is added to the grist in the mash tun, one of Glenfarclas's most unique commodities is incorporated into the magical mix. Anyone who comes to Speyside and naively suggests that water is just water will soon be re-educated as to the extra special properties of the pure Highland spring water used here. As you've already seen, Ben Runes is pretty spectacular at 2,759 feet, and the crystal clear spring water flowing from high up on these slopes is often supplemented by melting snows. With traces of heather, peat, and granite infusing the water supply, the flavour is distinctive, and the ancient art of whisky distillation at Glenfarclas benefits greatly from this strategic natural resource. Incidentally, Glenfarclas means Valley of the Green Grassland, and it's appropriate that references to this all-important location is so fundamentally an integral part of this characterful whisky. Once the distillation process has worked its magic on the very best of natural Scottish ingredients in the great bubbling copper pot stills, the resulting spirit is transferred to the finest Spanish sherry casks for the aging process to begin. At Glenfarclas, the whisky casks are stored for their allotted years in traditional stone warehouses, where the fine mountain air can add its own rare quality to the blend. These are probably the finest examples of their type that you're likely to see anywhere, with a number of them dating back to the 1800s. Now, many of the distilleries produce whiskies that don't actually declare an age, whereas others have brands of various ages on offer. Glenfarclas has one of the widest age ranges available, and what's more, there are different strengths to choose from as well. From the 40% whisky that's typical of the majority of Highland malts, right through to an amazing 60% that is an absolute delight for the serious whisky drinker. Generally, Glenfarclas is acknowledged as one of the classic malts, with a rich sherry bouquet, a well-rounded fruity body, and a delicious mellow character. But do keep your eyes open on your travels for Glenfarclas 105. Cask strength at 60% proof. It is a deep, peaty flavour, fine, rich golden colour, and all the smoothness and dryness that you'd expect of a whisky of this quality. Okay, so this isn't one for the novice whisky drinker, but it's nice to know what you're working towards in developing a more sophisticated palate. And this single malt is most definitely to be savoured. If you're just starting out, pop this whisky down on your must-try list of precious treasures to look forward to in the not-too-distant future. Having considered Glenfiddich, the Glenlivet, and the Glenfarclas brands, this is a good point in the programme to briefly mention a selection of single malts that are worthy of your attention for future reference. Cragganmore is as romantically named a whisky as you'll ever find. This classic Speyside malt certainly has a complex character, with a surprisingly delicate aroma and a delightfully smoky finish. Look out for the Cragganmore Special Reserve, as this is extra smooth and well worth searching for. Sticking with the Speyside malts, the Macallan distillery produces whisky that is matured in sweet sherry casks. Needless to say, the finished malts have a rich, sherried aroma, but they also have a surprising hint of peachiness. This is a very mellow Scotch whisky, both smooth and elegant, and very popular. If you're looking for a single malt that's suitable for all palates, from the novice to the connoisseur, you'll not go far wrong with Cardew, a smooth, light malt with a silky character and delicate, sweet flavour. Although through the course of this programme, the main emphasis has been upon these wonderful Speyside malts, it's well worth travelling further afield to take in single malts from different regions of Scotland. The Dalwhinnie distillery is in point of fact only just south of Speyside and was built in the late 19th century. Most of the production was used for blended varieties, but in 1988 the Dalwhinnie single malt was developed. This is a perfect pre- or post-dinner dram, light and aromatic with a soft heather honey finish. Now, if by this stage in the proceedings you're feeling rather more adventurous, there are a whole host of single malts produced on Islay, where a peaty character distinguishes the whisky from this rugged Scottish island. Lagavulin is certainly quite pricey, so if you find a pub that serves this whisky, it's worth trying a glass before you invest in an entire bottle. It's not to everyone's taste, but if Lagavulin is to yours, you'll absolutely love it. This is a powerful brew with a dominant aroma, dry, peaty, smoky flavour, and just a hint of sweetness. Should you prefer to begin with a less gusty Islay single malt, Bunnabain is a distillery worth considering. It's not as characteristically peaty as other Islay malts, and is fresh, light and rather mellow. This whisky is a soft, smooth flavour, and is perhaps an altogether gentler introduction to Islay malts. Also, there are those that would recommend Talisker, the only malt whisky to be produced on the Isle of Skye, as a perfect halfway house between Highland and Islay malts. It's certainly full-bodied, with plenty of rich, peaty flavour, but it also has elements of the malty, fruity sweetness more in keeping with the Speyside malts that have been featured on this particular whisky trail. As our whisky trail is rapidly running out of time, it's only right and proper that we should conclude our journey by returning to Speyside and the region's oldest distillery to still be in production, Strathisla. Founded in 1786, records show that heather ale was made here by local clerics in the early 13th century, where a plentiful supply of barley and pure local spring water from a holy well made brewing very convenient. This was undoubtedly why the Milton distillery, as Strathisla was first known, chose this ideal location in the 18th century. Strathisla is one of the most beautiful of the traditional distilleries in the Scottish Highlands, and visitors who come here are never disappointed. Fortunately, the same can be said for the devoted whisky drinker. A Strathisla 12-year-old malt at 43% proof is another precious treat for the connoisseur. Everything about this whisky is big and robust, with a full flavour and masses of fruitiness. There's an unexpected nutty sherried sweetness to this hard-hitting malt, and as your palate becomes more sophisticated, it's definitely a whisky that you'll really enjoy. And now, we really have run out of time. And if you're ever lucky enough to find yourself on Speyside, you'll soon realise that we've in fact only just begun on the many wonderful distilleries and whisky brands that grace this truly lovely region. However, if you just give the whiskies mentioned in this programme a try, you'll experience a wide range of flavours that will certainly help you to decide which of the single malts are likely to please you most. It's important too to remember that Speyside is not the only place where you can find great Scotch whisky. There are plenty of Scottish islands that produce single malts of their own distinctive characters, and there's a wealth of fascinating exploration to be undertaken to search them all out once you've mastered the basics. But be warned, appreciating Scotch whisky involves a lifetime of effort, and once you've started, there's no going back. Tough as it may sound, the whisky drinker has years of warming wee drams to take, and pleasures unbounded to fill hours of relaxation, because as this whisky trail has shown, we really are talking about the water of life. So here's to your very good health, and as they say in Scotland, Slange na bha.
By yon bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright, oh Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were ever one to gay, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. So you'll take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye, but me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. There that we parted on yon shady glen, on the steep, steep side of Ben Lomond, where in the purple hue the Highland hills we view, and the moon coming out in the gloaming. So you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. With me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Well, the wee birdies sing and the wildflowers spring, and the sunshine, the waters are sleeping, but the broken-hearted kens need a second spring, though the water may cease frae the greeting, the water may cease frae the greeting. So you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye, but me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. By yon bonny, bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were ever meant to gae on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. So you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye, where me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye, but me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye, but me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, the summer time is coming, and the leaves are sweetly turning, and the wild mountain thyme all around the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? I will build my lover bower by yon cool crystal fountain, and on it I will pile all the flowers of the mountain. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? I will range through the wild and the deep glens sae dreary, and return with my spoils to the bower of my dearie. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together through the wild mountain thymes, all across the purple heather. Will ye go, lassie, go? my true love she were gone, to not surely find another. When the wild mountain thyme grows around the blooming heather, will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain thyme, all across the purple heather. Will you go, lassie, go? 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 Will you go, lassie, go?
A jolly beggar man came tripping o'er the plain. He came unto a farmer's door, his lodgings for to gain. The farmer's daughter, she came down to mew him cheap and chin. She said, he is a handsome man, I pray we take him in. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. He would not lie within the barn or yet within the briar, but he would in the corner lie down by the kitchen fire. And a good strong bed was made for him of good clean sheets and hay, and there beside the kitchen fire the jolly beggar lay. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. Farmer's daughter, she came down to bolt the kitchen door, and there she saw the naked beggar standing on the floor. He took the girl in both his arms and to the bed he ran. Kind sir, she said, be easy now, you're breaking our good man. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. Now you are no beggar, you are some gentleman, and you have stole my maidenhead, and I am quite undone. I am the lord, I am the squire of beggars, I be one. And beggars, they are robbers all, and you are quite undone. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving. We'll go no more roving in the night. We'll go no more roving, let the moon shine so bright. We'll go no more roving.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. when we've been here 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun. We've no less days to sing God's praise.
I must away, love, I can no longer tarry. This morning's tempest I can't cross. I must be guided without a stumble into the arms I love the most. And when he came to his true love's dwelling, he knelt down gently upon a stone, and through the window he's whispered lowly, is this my true love within at home? She's raised her head from her down soft pillow, she's raised her blanket from off her breast, and through the window she's whispered lowly, who's that disturbing me at my night's rest? Get up, love, it is thine own true love. Get up, love, and let me in, for I am tired, love, and oh so weary, and more than near drenched to the skin. So she got up with the greatest pleasure, and she got up and let him in, and they were locked in each other's arms until the long night was past and gone. And when the long night 'twas past and over, and when the small clouds begin to grow, he's taken her hand, and they kissed and parted. Then he saddled and mounted, and away did it go. I must away, love, I can no longer tarry. This morning's tempest I have to cross. I must be guided without a stumble into the arms I love the most. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet? Or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Cope sent a challenge frae Dunbar, saying, Charlie, meet me and you dare, and I'll learn you the art of war if you gang with me in the morning. When Charlie looked the letter upon, he drew his sword, the scabbard from. Come follow me, my merry men, and we'll meet Johnny Cope in the morning. Hop now, Johnny, be as good as your word. Come, let us try both fire and sword, and do niffly like a frightened bird that chased free its nest in the morning. When Johnny Cope, he heard of this, he thought it wouldn't be amiss to have a horse in readiness to flee away in the morning. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Pray now, Johnny, get up and run, for the Highland bagpipes make a din. It's better to sleep in the hailskin, for it will be a bloody morning. When Johnny Cope to Dunbar came, they sneered at him, where's all your men? The devil conform me to my ken, I left them away in the morning. Up now, John, you were not late to come with the news of your own defeat, and leave your men in such a strait so early in the morning. In faith, quoth Johnny, you got such flakes from their claymores and the filibegs. If I face them again, they'll break my legs, so I bid you all good morning. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to cross our swords in the morning. It was in and through the windows broad, and at the turly-whirly's art, the sweetest kiss I ever got was from my dainty Davy. Oh, leaves me on your curly brow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. Ah, leaves me on your curly brow, I am my own dear dainty Davy. 'Twas down among me daddy's peas, underneath all those cherry trees. Oh, there he kissed me as he pleased, for he was my own dear Davy. So leaves me on your curly pow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. And leaves me on your curly pow, you're my own dear dainty Davy. When he was chased by a dragoon, into my bed he was laid down. I thought him worthy of his room, for he's my own dear dainty Davy. So leaze me on your curly pow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. And leaze me on your curly pow, for you're me own dear dainty Davy. So leaze me on your curly pow, dainty Davy, dainty Davy. And leaves me on your curly pow, you're me own dear dainty Davy.
sailor's pride. Carry the lad that's born to be king over the seas to sky.
Loud the winds howl, loud the waves roar, thunderclaps rend the air. Baffled our foes stand by the shore, follow they will not dare.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wind, onward the sailors cry. Carry the light that's born to be king over the sea to sky.
Though the waves leap, soft shall you sleep, ocean's royal bed. Rocked in the deep, Flora will keep watch by your weary head.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad that's born to be king over the sea to sky.
Many's the lad fought on that day, well the claymore could wield. When the night came, silently lay, dead at Culloden's feet.
Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the land that's born to be king, over the sea to sky.
Burned are our homes, exile and death, scattered our loyal men. Yet o'er the sword, cool in the sheen, Charlie will come again.
Sweep on a boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the land that's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Over the sea to sky.
All right, Rob. You say yourself very well, eh? Oh, rattling, roaring Willie, oh, he held to the fair for to sell his fiddle and buy some other where, but parting with his fiddle, a tear was in his eye. Rattling, roaring Willie, oh, welcome him to me. Oh, will you come sell your fiddle, oh, sell your fiddle so fine? Oh, will you come sell your fiddle and buy a pint of wine? If I were to sell me fiddle, the world would think I was mad. Marry your aunt today, oh, me and me fiddle I had. As I can buy crackle and I can lick into bin, or rattle and roar, and Willie was sitting at John Borden, sitting at John Borden among good company. Rattle and roar, and Willie, you welcome him to me. Oh, will you come sell your fiddle, oh, sell your fiddle so fine? Oh, will you come sell your fiddle and buy a pint of wine? If I were to sell me fiddle, the world would think I was mad. Marry your aunt today, or me and me fiddle I had. Oh, you Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. Oh, you Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. What makes it right and wrong? By the law, by the law. What makes it right and wrong? By the law. What is right and what is wrong? A short sword or a long? A weak hand or a strong? For to draw, for to draw. A weak hand or a strong? For to draw. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. Oh, you Jacobites by name, your thoughts I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. What makes heroic strife famed afar, famed afar? What makes heroic strife famed afar? What makes heroic strife to whet the assassin's knife, or hunt your parents' life with bloody war, bloody war, or hunt your parents' life with bloody war? You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. Then leave your schemes alone in the state, in the state. Then leave your schemes alone in the state. Then leave your schemes alone, adore the rising sun, and leave a man undone to his fate, to his fate, and leave a man undone to his fate. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, lend an ear. You Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I must blame, and you shall hear. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and the days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. And surely you'll be your point stop, and surely I'll be mine, and we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. We twa run about the braes and put the goings fine, but we wandered many weary foot for the sin of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. Here in the burn from morning till dine, but seas between us bray on sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. And there's a hand, my trusty Frey, and gives a hand o' thine. We'll take a right good willie wat for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought in mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot for the sake of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the sake of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness. Hey Johnny Cope, are you walking yet? Or are your drums beating yet? If you were a walking, then I would wait to gang to the coals in the morning. Cope sent a challenge frae Dunbar, saying, Charlie, meet me and you dare. Then all knew the art of war if you gang with me in the morning. When Charlie looked the letter upon, he drew his sword, the scabbard from. Come follow me, my merry men, and we'll meet Johnny Cope in the morning. Up now, Johnny, be as good as your word. Come, let us try both fire and sword, and do niffly like a frightened bird that chased free its nest in the morning. When Johnny Cope, he heard of this, he thought it wouldn't be amiss to have a horse in readiness to flee away in the morning. Hey, Johnny Cope, are you walking yet, or are your drums beating yet? If you were